Hello there, everyone. It's Tessa. Today was a fairly decent day outside here today. I have my window open right now because I'm on the 6th floor and it's hot out. So it's warm outside, not hot, but it's warmish outside. So all the heat rises in a tall building anyhow. So on the 6th floor, I got all this extra heat. So I have fresh air at least coming in. You know, I'm not getting much of a breeze. But the day was fairly decent, and I had to travel to the doctor, so thankfully it wasn't pouring, which meant, dragging my walker in and out in rain and mud and all that. So it was, as far as days go, pretty decent day. A little bit chilly, but, warm enough that I wasn't freezing. So I'm doing pretty good today. Hello, Melanie. Yes, happy Friday. I mean, my days all run together. Sometimes I get confused. I almost missed it. I'm sitting there on Charlie's stream and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be streaming in a few minutes. Made a mad dash to get back over here because I lost track of time and day. And so, yeah, sometimes the days run together. So happy Friday to you. I hope you had a great one. Thinking back to your email with the thing about the POVs, I thought that was funny because because that was basically kind of what happened with me. There was a lot of them chapters that could have gone together, but there were so many, changes in POV, it would make it a mess. So I made each POV a separate chapter. And so, yeah, it's a good thing I caught it. It's right. I missed once because I was in a hospital, and I try not to miss them. And I thought, I was looking at my calendar. I knew it was tonight, but my brain just wasn't thinking. So you're going back to work on the 19th after being off since August. So yeah, you got to soak up all the live streams that you can. Yeah, I understand that. And being off for that long a time, going back is going to be rough at first. Of course, getting back into the groove of working. So let's see. Well, I took out the chapter labels to make sure my characters' names all showed up as they were supposed to. So I wound up with 20 chapters and an epilogue with strength. I did each chapter as a person, as a point of view, as each point of view as a chapter. So I had some super long ones, and I had some really short ones, but I didn't want a chapter to have a bunch of pages with all these point of views in it. I just wanted, and they would be different, not necessarily the same time. I mean, different time frames. So it was just better to have different chapters. And you did reapply the chapter labels just to make it easier to find certain points in the story. Well, that's a good idea. Yay! Besides, the draft is done. Yay! And you get to start editing tonight. Cool. I know how that feels. I'm just going through that. I don't know if it's your first or not, but for me, it was so exciting. It was my very first one. I'm still waiting, to find out what the beta reader's got to say. And then, of course, I got more editing to do. I'm taking a short break while I wait for people to, do their thing, and trying not to get too, because a couple of people sent them back already, and I haven't looked at them yet. So, and I made a spreadsheet because I wanted to keep track of what the different people had to say and be able to look at a section and say, okay, well, most of the people seem to think that that's not a good idea, so you might want to rethink that kind of thing. Yeah, this is the first novel I've written where I've made it past draft 2 without wanting to give up the additional drafts that need to be written. Should be good with one more draft. Cool. I'm glad for you. I know how you feel. I do. I really do. And I didn't know what I was going to feel until I did it. I'm like, gosh, this is so exciting. And then I found last night that I might be able to publish it on Smashwords for free. Like, they won't charge me to publish it, but I can actually put free as the cost of the book. And if that's the case, I can actually publish it and put it out there just like it's a book, but it would be free. And it wouldn't mess with my income. So I'm thinking, like, I'm trying to find out now what people think about Smashwords, because I don't want to get hooked up with a company that's not a good thing to get hooked up. Yeah, after you get it back from betas, right? Of course. So let's see. Thanks so much, Tessa. And I'll be getting back to your beta novel this weekend. Cool. I finished reading Sarah Sutton's arc today, and it was so wonderful. That's wonderful. Now, if it's an arc, does that mean it's already, like, ready to go? It's ready to publish? It's just, I know it's advanced reading copy. Does that mean it's a book ready to go? It's just something, people read and kind of a last read through before you push the button? I don't know anything about publishing, obviously. I do know who Sarah Sutton is, though. Do know that much. Oh, man, I have to sneeze. Strictly line edits for technical errors with grammar. It's being released on the 26th, so that's this month. Okay, so it's, okay, one final round of proofreading. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know what that, I heard the term, I just wasn't sure what it meant. Cool. Sounds really great. I'm kind of, like I said, looking, because I can put it on my blog, but it's a lot of formatting. And nothing says it, according to Smashwords, I own it. I can do whatever I want with it. I can put it anywhere else. I can publish it anywhere else. They don't do anything. It's just the way to publish books and get them out there. And they even do library loans of the books and stuff, So, like, I read the whole TOS, but of course, it's a lot of legal work there, and I'm, a little confused. So you view ARCs as a way to market the novel before it's released, get some book reviews up on Goodreads, okay, and hype the audience for what's to come. Interesting to know. Way to progress. Oh, man, it's getting hot in here again. I definitely research it more. I was going to put Knights of the Wraithmaker on Wattpad, but I don't really like the market over there. Well, that's it. I think Wattpad's a different type of thing. This is a publishing. I mean, people are actually publishing, and it can be available to, like, Barnes and Noble and stuff like that. But they don't charge you to put it up. They don't own any of it. They only take a percentage if you're charging, and it does say you can put it up there for free. There's a ton of books up there that are being offered free. More books on there that are free than people asking. There are people charging, but they have a very large free section on there. And I've heard of them, but not enough. So I'm trying to get people's, because I read the whole terms of service, which, being legal talk, is complicated to begin with. I don't want to do something that's going to screw me up, but I would love to be able to see my book sort of being published. And that so far seems to be the closest thing to it, besides putting it on my own blog or Wattpad. But I mean, why put it on Wattpad when I got my own blog? I mean, there's more traffic to Wattpad than there is to my blog. It's not that great a block. um, yeah, it's like 30 degrees here, and I have the window cracked open an inch. I'm on the second floor of an apartment building, and the heat coming from the baseboards is like too much. Well, I have no heat on in here. Absolutely no heat on. But I'm on the sixth floor, and the heat rises up this building and makes it a total oven. And I'm on the sixth floor. The only air coming in that window, it's wide open, is if it's windy. And that's the only time. It must be the way the building is built. So there's no air circulating around my window like you would normally open your window and it's cold out. You would get cold air. No. There's no cold air. There's no air flow at all. So it has to be actually windy out there. And at which case then it's usually, of course, 0 degrees, and I have to put the heat on, because that's the only time I put the heat on, is when it's like 0 degrees and there's a wind chill factor to deal with. Then I have to, and that only happens a couple times a year, so that's not a big thing. But now, thank God that I have control over my heat. I don't have the heat coming in, because I'm hot now, and I don't have no heat on, and I have the windows open, and I run fans all year long because it's so doggone hot in here. And nobody can yell at me for leaving my window open, because it's not like I'm even using the heat, so can't yell at me for that one. Okay. Well, since you've got some editing to do, isn't that what you said? I know we've said a lot. We've talked a lot. We can set up our first sprint. I'm doing a little bit of everything. I haven't settled myself down. I have to unbury myself from all this paper because it's totally out of control. So I said over on Charlie's, this is, I have to unbury myself from all this paper. I need to get out some file folders and start filing this paper away, because I am lost in paper, been buried in it. Okay, let's see. I've got my timer. I'm going to set it for my normal 30 minutes. I assume you do not disagree. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Go forth and prosper into editing hell. I still have to work on the second idea, if there is going to be a second. I don't know if I have enough to make a second idea. We'll see. All right, time to mute and shut my mouth. Reading. Looks like we got some people here that weren't here before. Let's see. Let's go up and figure out where I was. Sorry, so let's see. We were trying to decide whether to get another sloppy Joe sandwich. Well, I would love to have a sloppy Joe sandwich. I'm not sure it would love me, but I would love to have it. Or do I make coffee? Hate coffee. No problem there. Let's see. Yep, I'm going to start editing, but I'm actually going to journal first. Okay, journaling. No disagreement. Don't need to put that up there. I haven't decided whether I want to journal again or not. I'm setting up my planner with a lot of different things, and maybe I'll put journaling pages in there as well. I haven't decided yet. I definitely need something, and I can't get therapy. Maybe journaling will help me. Something's got to give. Melanie says, I decided to go for coffee since I haven't had any today, and it's the weekend. Whee! Yeah, it is the weekend. Hi, Alley Cat. How are you? Nice to see you. Melanie says hi to Alley Cat. Vixens of Fiction. Good evening, Tess. How are you? I'll be dining in and out as I get a few errands done. Wonderful to see you, Vixens of Fiction, and I will be glad to see you when you pop in and out. I'm actually in and out too, because when I'm working, I can't have the screen open because I'm working on the same, browser. So I run into the same issue. So I didn't notice all these people arrived. Melanie says, do you have a printer at home? Tessa? There are free printables that have the dotted pages that are easy to see. Yes, I do have a printer. I have printed some things out that I had gotten on Etsy, but I didn't like the fact that the paper is so thin, and I would have to cut it out. I would have to figure out where to measure it, cut it out, and then punch holes in it. So I found a place. Yes, I did have to pay for it, but I felt it was worth it. I want to see the quality when I open up the package. I haven't opened it yet. And because the book I have, you can't even see the dots. They're totally useless because you can't see them. I'm hoping that her pages, I know they're on quality paper. She does beautiful work. And they fit perfectly in my planner. And so I can make a bullet journal and keep it in my planner so that they're all in one place, which is one of the things I wanted to do. But I did buy a couple printing packages off of Etsy with lots of different things that you could print out. But like I say, that all had the same issue. I could do them at home if I wanted to sit and measure them out, cut them out and punch them. But I still have to print on. I need much better paper. The paper I have just isn't good quality, and it's too flimsy. So that was my problem there. So I do know that's available. And I do have a ton of different things that I bought in this one package. But I just wasn't happy with my printer and the paper and cutting it down. And that was, yes, that's a parts of pain for sure. Cutting the things down to size, making sure they fit in the planner, then punching them. And yeah, okay. You just got to the point where you started making planner pages on full 8.5 by 11 sheets that stick in a binder. You know what? It's probably a smarter move than spending all the money I did on this fancy ass planner that I have. I mean, I even paid to have them put my name on the cover in a fancy font. I mean, it's pretty. It's a beautiful cover, and it's pretty. Of course, it costs money. And, you know, to buy these already printed costs money. But I weighed the option of trying to buy a more expensive paper that was thick enough, trying to have to measure all of them, cut them down, then punch them. I'm like, is it worth it, or should I just pay somebody to do it? So I decided to pay somebody. Now, depending on the quality, if they're not so great, then I don't know. I may have to go looking for other pages. But she does beautiful work. I needed dividers for the planner I have, because I bought her weekly vertical planning pages, and they came with the monthly attached, so that when you turn the page, it's all one. You can't just take them apart. So the fancy ones that came in the planner I bought aren't going to do me any good, because I can't. They're also the way they're printed. You can't take them apart. So I had to buy plain old, you know, dividers. So I paid for that. She sent me a free package of to-do lists, which are half size. And then the dots. Now let's see. Can I see the stupid dots? Because if I can't see the dots, they aren't much help. I don't want to recommend her to somebody if the quality isn't up to snuff. I am not going to recommend her. So far, I've been happy with everything. Oh, it's great. I can see the dots. The paper is good, heavy. It's very thick and stiff, you know, so like it's good quality paper. They're beautiful. Ah, I'm so glad. I ordered these from NatalieRebeccaDesign.com. And so I ordered the dots pages. I don't know why I'm trying to put them back in. Just put them in my thing. I did that. I got the dividers. I think I also ordered contact pages so I could put my address book in there. I figure everything else she's made has been great. And again, it'll fit. I won't have to cut it down. And it's already printed. And I'm sure it's probably on the same quality paper that she's using. So I'm happy so far. Yes, it costs a little money. Right now I have a little money. If I didn't have the money, it'd be a different story. And ink's expensive. So printing all that stuff out on my printer starts to get expensive after a while. So yeah. But I do like her product, and I've been very happy with it so far. Melanie says, the Organized Money has an Etsy shop with simple, minimalist planner pages. I actually want to buy her planner for 2022. Well, let me write down the website. I mean the Etsy shop. It's an Etsy shop. I'll check her out. Maybe she has something I might be looking for. Organized Money. So I'm trying to put everything in one book. I'm tired of having this over here, this over here, this over here. You know, it's like making my life crazy. All right. So Melanie says, who made the planner? I'm eventually going to get a customized journal from Plum Paper Company. I heard of them from Amber S. Pratt. Okay. Now, this girl, Natalie, what did I say her name was? Natalie Rebecca Design.com. She also has covers. They're not super fancy like the Happy Planner I bought. And I'm not sure what they compare cost-wise. I'm not sure. I wasn't looking for a cover from her. I had bought the cover from somebody else that I got with my name on it. But it's just, if you want that particular size, the classic planner, then, you know, like you can get different size because they make different ones, not just, I have a 9-ring system. So you have to go by the systems if you want, of course, the right number of hole punches. So I have a 9-ring system, and it's the classic planner from Happy Planner. But I don't like their insides. So now that I know that I can get them, and I do like her work is beautiful, and its paper is thick. It's, you know, not that flimsy stuff that I have to print out on. I'm like, these are nicely made. So I'm very happy with what I've got here. So Allie says, she's good. How are you? Doing pretty good. Waiting. And I haven't peeked. So I don't know what anybody who has replied has said so far about my story. I haven't peeked. But I'm anxious to find out. And then I have editing to do because I'm sure it's not perfect. I used to think I was perfect when I was younger, and I found out I was wrong. Melanie says she also has a YouTube channel. She's a planner guru. All right, YouTube channel. I love those channels, especially when they show you how to decorate and all that stuff. So I will look her up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She has plenty of videos on creating catch-all planners. Oh, that's it. You know, I've watched a lot of people who do the Franken planners, they call them, where they take, but they actually buy like, you know, 4 or 5 of these Happy planners, and it's expensive. And then they take the guts out and they pull the pages out of what they want and put into one planner. That's pretty expensive. So in this case, I do have an extra, I now have an extra cover. All I would need to do to make another one is buy the 9 rings. They're not that expensive. Buy the 9 rings. And again, I have the pages that came with the old planner still. And I could buy the stuff from her. Like I said, I love her stuff. I'm really happy with the quality. And I can see the dots. So that really excites me. And, oh, great. BA's here. Hi, BA. We're talking about planners. I know that's one of your favorite subjects. And I was talking about my favorite new Etsy shop that I've been buying all my classic planner supplies from. She does beautiful work, and her dots I can actually see. So I can put they're made for my classic planner. I can put them in there too. I've got divider pages. So I just need to, and I got the divider, I got plain divider pages to write on, and then I got these divider pages for the months, which I have to add to because of the way it's set up. I mean, it's nice, except it can't separate the month from the days. They're printed on the back of it. So I needed a monthly divider set. But even that's kind of nice. I got the whimsical one. It's the, you know, the letters are kind of neat. So yeah, we're talking planners right this second. Melanie says hi. Hi to Melanie. That's expensive and almost wasteful if they're not using at least half the pages. Yes, I watch these, and I watch them tear all these planners apart and use just parts for each piece to make one. And I'm like, I'd rather buy a cover and customize my own pages, which of course I could do, but it is a lot of work. Or I can pay this girl to make me what I want, because so far she's had what I've been looking for. It's harder to find printed stuff for them because everybody wants to sell you a printout that you can reprint and over again, but that doesn't fit my current lifestyle or desires. BA says to Melanie, I love planner videos. I use mine as a catch-all. I just ordered the Clever Fox planner to give it a try. I just heard some not so nice things about the Clever Fox planner on another channel. The people discussing it were not very happy about it and called it a very not clever planner. So I don't know what you'll find when you try using it, but I haven't heard good news on that one at all. Melanie says, oh, I've been wanting to get a Clever Fox planner for a while. I think I'd like that more than Happy Planner, although from HP Happy Planner, I might like their stickers. Yes, Happy Planner has tons of stickers, but there's other places offering all kinds of stickers. You can get all kinds of stickers out there. But I haven't seen the Clever Fox myself. I just heard them discussing it, and they weren't discussing it in a good way. So they said it was not a clever planner. So all you could do is try it and find out if it might suit your needs perfectly. Who knows? BA says to me, yay, I just used the scrapbook paper I got at Hobby Lobby, used double-sided tape, and put it on the dividers I got with my planner. There you go. That's cool. Yeah, because the planners are plain. You can do anything you want. Stickers, stick all kinds of stuff on there. They're plain, so you got plenty of room to do that kind of stuff. Melanie says, I'm actually in the process of making planner pages to sell in an Etsy shop. They'll be mostly writing related, but also have stuff for general planning as well. Yeah, while Cat Leo writing has just been all over her new Etsy shop and all her planning pages on Charlie's channel just a little while ago. She's doing the same thing. And, you know, she's looking for all kinds of different people to give her ideas. So, you know, there are other people out there kind of doing the same kind of thing. And I know when I went looking, I found tons of people offering printouts. So it just depends on somebody lands on your site. And if you do have quality work, they'll come back. But with the printables, and you can reprint them, you only need to buy them the one time. And like I said, I personally don't like all the work I have to do to take an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper to make it fit in my planner, because it's not 8.5 by 11. So it means it has to be fixed. Yeah, Kat is. So she's doing a bunch, and she was asking people for all kinds of ideas. So she's liable to have, you know, all different subjects that, you know, you might find handy. I don't know the name of her shop. I'm not sure if she said. I came into the end of that conversation. I just know that she's doing it. So I don't have a name to give you at all right now, anyhow. You could probably go, I'm not sure what her YouTube, she always goes at Cat Leo Writing, but I'm not sure exactly what her YouTube username is, and go to one of her videos and ask her for the name of her Etsy shop. I think it's open, because she said she's getting everything set up, and by next week it should be ready to go. BA says yes to Melanie. I like the Happy Planner stickers. From what I've seen, it is the Clever Fox is the best of planning and bullet journaling, but I guess I will see if it works out for me. And I think that's the thing, you know, it has to work for you. So you may find out Clever Fox is great, and someone else, obviously, because like I said, they were putting down Clever Fox. And that's the only reason I know the name was because I just had to listen to them all complaining about it. So, you know, you may find it's great for what you're using. And that's the only thing is, find what works for you. And I just found what works for me. And I'm happy with what works for me. And it's still using the Happy Planner, you know, concept. And of course, they'll fit in the Happy Planner. So now I have an extra set of cover. All I have to do is buy extra rings. I could make another journal with other pages set up in it. Or I can make one just a bullet journal instead of having the bullet journal in my, if I wanted to have two separate things. I could do that too. So, I mean, there's a lot you can do with some of these systems. Some of them are very specific on what you can use. But there's a lot out there for the Happy Planner anyhow. Melanie says to BA, yeah, I think that's what has me curious about Clever Fox. It combines the best of both worlds. Well, I just combined the best worlds of mine by buying the pages to go into my planner. So now I have one book. I don't have to have two, which is my whole thing, was I didn't want two books. So I think that's cool. Melanie says, that's okay. I can answer during one of her Twitch streams. Yeah, she's starting to do them again, she said. She's going to do them pretty regularly. She's sounding like, if I heard her right, she's doing a Monday through Friday. Time-wise, I'm not exactly sure. Sounded like evening. But she was going to do her Twitch streams on a regular basis with maybe some pop-ups on the weekend. So, yeah, I'm sure you can catch her. PA says to Melanie, exactly. And someone, I just got a new subscriber. He's got a new subscriber. That reminds me, I have a couple new ones I have to go subscribe to because they subscribe to me, and I always subscribe back to people when they subscribe to me. So, reminds me a couple people. And I was surprised at one of them because I thought that person already was subscribed. Maybe they unsubscribed and now they're resubscribing. Who knows? On YouTube, who knows? Melanie says, oh my God, you all, I just read the first sentence of this draft. It's horrendous. That's not good. That is definitely not good. I hope you can fix it without too much problem. Melanie says, my feet pound against the pavement as muddied water splashes up from puddles to speckle the path that led through the center of, oh my God, Nidicu to Aldora Castle. What the heck was I doing? I don't know. I'm using words I can't pronounce. I know that. I'm gathering that's some kind of fantasy thing. Considering that sentence. Oh boy. Sometimes we have. BA says to Melanie, oops, I meant that you got a new subscriber. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. All right. She's thanking you. Great. Melanie says, too many prepositional phrases. That's the issue. Knighted key. Oh, I never would have called it that. Knighted key. And Aldera. Yeah, see. My pronunciation, I just totally screwed that whole thing up. Yep. Young adult, dark fantasy. Gotcha. Don't exactly understand it, but I gotcha. I'm not a fantasy writer. Good idea. We'll have a glossary at the front of the book with pronunciations. Definitely a good idea. Because I just killed it. I know that. Yeah, I wouldn't even have thought of that. Jeez. Wow. Wow. All right. I actually was working on a blog post, and I ripped open the package from the girl who sent me all that planner stuff. So that's sitting there tempting me. And I had to look at those pages, and I'm really happy with the dots on them. Because I got this book, and I'm like, this book is good for nothing. I can't see the dots. What is the purpose if you can't see the dots? They're not supposed to be glaring, but you should be at least able to see them. And this book is, so this is my practice book now. I mean, it came as a part of a kit. It was a bullet journal kit, so it came with markers and pens and stickers and sticky notes and a case to carry it all, and then this book. And the book, well, the book is a mess because the dots are almost impossible to see. So this will be my practice book, so I can learn how to make letters to look nice and neat, not scribbly, and work on, different things like that. Practice, how I want to do layouts and whatnot. I can use this to play with. So it's not a total loss, and it wasn't that expensive. It came with the whole thing. So not that big a deal. Melanie says, I never was a fantasy writer either. My first novel was a paranormal romance. I love paranormal romance. I love paranormal. I mean, there's just something about it. Added to a romance novel, great. Speaking of romance novel, I haven't seen Jen lately. I wonder what she's up to. She was supposedly coming, and I haven't seen her. Melanie says, but I scrapped it after trying to rewrite it in 2019. Oh, so you didn't do anything with it. Gotcha. PA says, I gave up trying to do letters. I decided to stick to pencils, stencils, and stickers. I got them too. I got lots of stickers. I got lots of stencils. And I got a ton of stencils of all kinds of shapes. And I got different colored pens. And you know what? I have a small apartment. And soon I'm going to be living in the hallway, because all of my junk is pushing me out the door. And my aide, who has to clean around it, is getting angry because she goes, you just keep bringing more junk in that I have to clean around. Sorry. What can I say? I am what I am. I'm not going to change. Not even for her. Melanie says, same BA. I tried hand lettering and did pretty well, but oh my God, it takes too much time. I don't have the patience for it. Yeah, some of my letters weren't too bad, and some of them were pretty awful. So I got plenty of pages now I can practice on. Since I got this whole book that I'm not going to use because I've really screwed it up trying to put things with the dots that I couldn't see. They're not even remotely on the dots. I mean, geez. And I see people sit there and just go like this down the dots because they can see them. That line doesn't have to be perfect because they can see the dots are close enough together and they can see them. Not this thing. Without a ruler, I can't even remotely go straight, and I'm like missing the dots completely. I can't see them. And my hand lettering, well, that's pretty pathetic too. I mean, I'm not a good writer to begin with, And, you know, I see some of these really nice, fancy layouts. And I love to watch the videos of the layouts. I watched them, you know, trying to hope that maybe something I can do on there. BA says to Melanie, my hand muttering was awful, and I don't have the patience either. Yeah, I think we all feel the same way on that. And BA says, thanks for the sub. Okay. Should we do another sprint? Since we only did the one so far. Let's go to, I guess 30 minutes. Again, is still okay with everybody? I'm going to start a 30-minute sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will see you all back in 30 minutes. Very, very funny, BA. We'd be here all night talking about planners and stickers. Get nothing done. And it's so funny because we're all so alike. And we all love stationery. I mean, a stationery store, I love it. Notebooks and all that stuff. I know we all do. And I know you do because you're always posting about it. So try to get something done so we can make some progress here. Melanie says, at this rate, it'll take me a full sprint to rewrite this gosh darn sentence. Apparently, I channel talking. Okay, I'm going to back on out of here for a little bit. Let you guys do your thing while I do my thing. And I will be back in 28 minutes. All right. I was busy working on my blog, and I customized some of it because the letters were super huge for some odd reason. They look a little better now. Looks a little bit more normal. It looked a little garish with those large letters, and I wanted to look more professional. That wasn't what I was trying for. So I customized it. I wrote another post. I'm doing that, the one we were talking about, Melanie, the one that's every night. So I have to do tonight still, but I'm almost caught up on that. So I have tonight's to do still, and a couple other blog posts, but that's what I'm on. So let's see. All right, here's where we left off. Melanie says she currently has 6 binders that all have a purpose. You know, I see these people that use numerous notebooks, binders, whatever it is that you choose to use. And I'm like, it just seems like so much work to keep it all straight. And now part of me is kind of saying, I mean, I'm trying to combine my planner into a planner/bullet journal to cut out some of the excess notebook things. But as I'm thinking about it, Charlie was suggesting about making a craft book, and as you read each craft book, you know, write down in there in the proper sections everything that you learn from that book that has a purpose that you'll use again, and notate, of course, where you got it from, so you know where it came from. And then you would have all this information at hand. And I'm thinking, well, that's actually a really great idea. But of course, that's going to mean another way of storing the information. Either storing it on a file online or printing it out and storing it in a notebook. And honestly, another notebook would get me grief from my aide, for one thing, because where am I going to put another notebook in this place? But online, of course, it means you have to sign in and you have to find the file and have it open, and you can't have it open and looking at the book at the same time. So maybe sometimes having more than one for certain purposes does make sense. Melanie says, I fixed the opening sentence. Muddied water splashes up to my knees, slowing my pace as I hurry to Aldera Castle. Oh, I love that much better. Much, much better. Good job. Melanie says, oh yeah, I've already fallen off that wagon. Oh, man. So what did you guys end up doing? I didn't come back to a huge thing of things about planners, at least. I guess we stopped talking about that. Kinda. Oh. I don't know if you're familiar with Sarah Cannon from Heart Breathings, but she has piles and piles of journals and notebooks, and I'm like, what in the world could you possibly need all those books for? And that's just for 1 year. That would be her current usage. And I'm like, I don't understand. I do not understand. I've seen her outlines, and although they're beautiful, they're color coded and they're, you know, the whole thing. Really nice. A lot of work. But they're pretty, and a lot of washi tape and a lot of colored pens and highlighters, and she uses colored stock paper to make index cards, so everything's color coded. Very pretty, but I just think it's way too much. Way too much for me to handle. But that's her style and it works for her. So she's published 26 books or something like that. So Who am I to say anything about it, right? If it works, it works for you. It works for you. Melanie says, I focused on that sentence and got distracted by Twitter. It's been very amusing today. You know, I can't get into Twitter. I have two Twitter accounts. I don't even use it. Even when I get the email, it says, oh, you know, check out watching blah, blah, blah on Twitter. I don't bother going to Twitter. So I just can't. I sort of do Instagram, but I'm not even super married to Instagram either. I'm not doing much in the social media aspect of things. Melanie says, I currently have 8 notebooks that all serve some kind of purpose, tucked into a storage container that I'm using to keep them together with my binders. 8 notebooks and your binders. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I tried watching Sarah's, I watched them. And, you know, I see what she's doing. I haven't been convinced of the need to do that. But that girl uses a lot of notebooks and planners and all kinds of stuff. But as I said, she's published 26 books, so who am I to say she's doing it wrong? Melanie says, eventually I'm going to reorganize everything and make each binder themed. Household docs, medical bills. Okay, now there I understand, because when I had a family and a house, I had those kind of notebooks and stuff too. Right now, it's just me, and there's really not a lot of information. I don't file taxes. I don't need to save all that stuff, but I used to, at a point in my life, do all that. But I don't do it anymore. I don't have to. That's why I'm kind of a little bit worried about this thing with Smashwords, because you do have to file the legal financial paperwork, W-9, I think it's called. And even though I wouldn't be making money, I don't know if that would cause an issue and make me have to file taxes, because I do not file taxes. I do not want to file taxes. And I don't need to see my book in print so much that I have to start paying taxes or filing taxes. It's the filing. I couldn't imagine having to pay necessarily, but filing the taxes, it's such an aggravation, and all the paperwork you need for it. BA says, oh my God, you were echoing, and I was like, what is going on? Well, I opened your stream up in 2 separate windows. I thought I hit the X button on accident, so I opened up a new window and opened one of 2. I have done that, and the other night when I was on Charlie's stream, they're like, I got you on mute. You're the one that's making a noise. I'm going to have to keep you on mute until you have to say something, but I don't know what's going on. So I looked up at my thing, and I'm like, uh-oh. I've got YouTube open, and YouTube has a habit of, you stop a video, but it'll start it suddenly for no reason. It'll just start. It started. So his because they said they could hear Charlie's voice. Her voice. And I'm like, doggone it. So I shut every single YouTube thing I had open. I said, well, that should solve that issue. So yeah, that's what happens. Oh, gosh. Melanie said, yeah, I had to fill out an I-9 when I joined Fiverr. Okay. I gather you do work on Fiverr, so you're an employee of Fiverr, and you would file an I-9, which is probably what they're talking about. If you publish, you have to have I think it's something 9. Remember the 9 part of it. It was a long document. I sat and read last night. Drove me crazy. Because I go to Fiverr, but I go as a customer. I don't go as a worker. So pretty sure he didn't have to sign anything to buy something off the site, somebody's services. But Melanie says, so back in 2018, when I started working for Progressive Insurance, I made the mistake of setting up my paychecks to get more when I got paid and pay more later. That's what my son did. And now he's like, I owe money to the government. I'm like, yes. That's what happens when you do that. And he's like, but I want more money in my paychecks. Then I said, I guess you're going to be paying taxes every year. And he's still paying taxes every year because he'd rather have more in his paycheck each week. So that was what he decided to do. Melanie says, well, that later turned into a near $900 bill that I'm still owing to the IRS. Lesson learned. Ha ha. Yes. He learned that too. He had a payment plan. He has now for years because he does it every single year because he wants to have the money in his paycheck. And he files an extension every year so he can wait until whatever the 3 months is after the filing time. He files an extension and then he makes up a payment plan that he has to pay off, which he doesn't always make the payments on time, I know, because he would get notices. And I'm like, what are you doing? It's just not the way to go about doing it, but he insists. And since he's an adult, it's his problem, not mine. Melanie says, I'm trying to get work done on there. I'm a contractor offering editing services on Fiverr. Cool. Yeah, I've gotten things. I haven't gotten editing done on Fiverr, but I have gotten things on Fiverr that I've been happy with. I mean, I like the logo. The one up there I created, but I like the logo that's on my main page. And the channel art, my intro, my outro, and I had a thumbnail created all to match that I could just change the wording on, but it wasn't enough space to put a lot of wording on, and I got kind of tired of looking at the same one, and I started making my own. Not as nice as what that was, but he did a really good job. It was two of them. One made the logo and the other guy did all the other work, and I was really happy with the stuff, and I didn't pay that much for any of that. It was all on the low side, and I'm like, well, take my chance and see what happens and see what I get. It's just because they charge a lot of money doesn't mean you're going to get something great. Melanie says, I've been bad on paying that bill regularly since I stopped working back in August. Luckily, they don't hold it against me, but I think I'm coming up to the deadline for paying that year's taxes off. Yeah, that could be a problem. I can't say never. My ex-husband and I really did a stupid thing one year, and we cashed in a 401k instead of rolling it over. Now, we had them take taxes out of it, but unfortunately, the penalty was huge. We did not put any money away to pay the penalty. So when tax time came, we had a huge bill. Huge. Not $900. I'm talking huge. And I'm like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We cannot pay the IRS this money. So then we do something equally stupid and take out a cash advance or something on our credit card. And I'm like, we're just compounding this into more trouble. So from that point on, well, I'm not married to him anymore, so I don't know what he's doing. I don't care what he's doing. But he had us in so much debt from all these stupid things that were being done. He had me cash mine in too, on top of his. It was bad enough he cashed his in. Now he wants cash mine in. I'm like, we have to save the money for the, learn from the last time, save the money for the penalty. Because you can get the taxes taken out, but there's still a penalty. And I forget what we ended up doing. All I know is, God, it was a nightmare. And I don't want to go through that again. I hate tax time. Melanie says, I love the teal theme, one of my favorite colors. Yeah, I fell in love with it too. I'm kind of like, do I change this and get something different just for the heck of it, or should I stick with my teal? I told them when they were doing the creating of the thing that teal had to be part of the thing. That and black. I like black. And the picture on my channel art, he cut my picture out of the picture and put it on a bookcase of books. I mean, that's not an actual picture. He did that probably with, I can't remember the name of the program now. One of those programs. And he put me on that bookcase. I said, that's perfect. I mean, I told him, I was a writer and I wanted it to deal with writing. And I thought that whole thing, I liked the whole thing. And the intro and the outro, yeah, without the editing, of course, I don't have them on there. I liked what he did with those too. So they're really pretty neat, cool. Everything matched. I just kind of changed my thumbnail and doing my own thing here. I may go back and do something else, but for now they're working. Melanie says, my big financial goal for this year is to pay off that IRS bill along with a few small medical bills that are on my credit report. Yeah, getting those things off your credit report would definitely help. For sure. I paid a bill, a medical bill that I just didn't have to pay. I had already paid my part, and the insurance said I did not have to pay it, but I couldn't get the credit company off my back. And the last thing I wanted was them to ruin my credit, which was just starting to make a comeback because I filed bankruptcy. And that does a number on your credit. And I was just finally getting back and caught up. And so I paid them that bill, even though I didn't owe it. I said, I can't deal with this. It was only a couple $100. And I said, I'm just going to pay it and be done with it. And so I got them off my butt without a lot of hassle. Because the papers were coming and, the mail was coming. And I'm like, no. Next, they're going to start calling me, and that's all I need is some aggravation. So I didn't want my credit getting ruined because of something stupid like that. Melanie says, yeah, I was just reading about that there's a penalty that can be anywhere between 5 cents to 25 cents plus interest. So, yeah, gotta work. Gotta work. Yeah, penalties, tell you, the penalties will get you. Melanie said, so I just saw the total of my student loans that have interest since I've had 0 monthly payments since last year. You have interest left, though? That sucks. Being disabled, permanently disabled by the Social Security Administration, I was able to get my student loans wiped out. But you can't get rid of them any other way. Like, I filed bankruptcy, and they're like, student loans are not forgivable. Well, the government will not let you go. You're stuck with them the rest of your life. So when I became totally disabled, I called them up. I said, look, I can't make these payments. So the first thing they did was reduce the payments. I said, well, that's a temporary fix, but I can't really afford those payments either. So I had to find out, all right, how do I go about getting my loans forgiven? So a hold was put on my account. I no longer had access to it. And I was told that I would have to go to the doctor and I would have to get certain forms filled out. And they had to be, checked out by the government. And finally, a decision was made to, since I was permanently disabled, to allow me to discharge those loans. Otherwise, I would have been still paying. It's 10 years later. I'd probably still be struggling along, trying to send them a few pennies here and there to pay those off. So, and I didn't even get that much out of all that education that we so-called got. So, yeah, I understand your feelings on that one. I'll never retire. Yeah. If I didn't get disabled, I would never be retiring either. Melanie says, and I have my master's, so my student loans are in the 6 digits. Owie. Owie, owie, owie. Mine weren't even that bad, and I still couldn't do it. I mean, they weren't in the 6 digits. I think they were in the 5 digits. I'm trying to think. Were they in the 5 digits? I think they were just over 5 digits. Because my daughter's loan was on there too. The Student Plus loan for my daughter was attached. Now, she did pay me for her part. That's all that got paid back was hers. Melanie says there are certain careers that will wipe them out, but even as an adjunct instructor, that didn't help me. I'd have to teach a K to 12 grade, but no thanks. And BA is back. What did you buy this time? A new planner, a pen, a notebook. Melanie says, and my husband has his master's, so yeah. Okay, double the trouble. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. Okay. All right. Caught up on the comments. You know what? It's actually getting chilly in here. I shouldn't say something. It'll suddenly get hot on me. It's actually pleasant. B.A. Master says, I made a sandwich. What kind of sandwich? We want one. Ham and cheese. I got roast beef. However, I'm not allowed to have cheese because I have colitis and it would make me very sick. I can have a roast beef sandwich though, which I may do. Not right this second though. Melanie says, yum. Invigorating conversation now. Interesting. There's Jen. Good evening, Miss Jen. I've missed you. I'd be so sad if I could never eat cheese again, Melanie says. I don't know if it's permanent yet or not, Melanie, but it may be, and I love cheese. So I don't know. I have to see if this is a permanent stomach issue or not. I really don't know. BA loves roast beef. Yeah, I got the eye round roast. I like the eye round roast. Melanie says hi to Jen. Happy New Year. BA says beef. I figured that out. Jen says Happy New Year. BA says Happy New Year. No, hello to Jen. And Jen says hi to BA. Jen says I was slothing on my couch. What happened to you writing and all those deadlines? I thought you had all these deadlines you had to write. You were slothing on your couch? Oh my goodness, girl. Melly says it's been a great day to sloth. I had to go to a nephrologist today because my stupid endocrinologist totally freaked out, had me so upset that there was something wrong with my kidneys, called the kidney doctor and made them give me an appointment. And I get there and find out they're fine. Just drink a little bit more water. You'll be fine. I wanted to shoot that doctor for making me so upset and making me drive all the way up to this office because it wasn't close. Jen says I got an extension on one. Well, that's cool. That gives you a little bit of a break. Are you back to write? Are you writing tonight? Melly says also, this is the first time I've ever seen sloth used as the form. I have to admit, it's not the normal way you see sloth used. But it is funny. So are you joining us to write, Miss Jen? I kept waiting for you to show up, and I'm like, oh, no Jen. And then today, no Jen. I'm like, what's going on? No Jen. And Jen says, I also have another week off, not this coming week, but the next. Oh, that's very nice. Yay. That's cool. Melanie said, I meant used as a verb. Yay, congrats to Jen. Jen says, I am a writer and we're allowed to make words up, right? Right. You go, girl. Make up those words. I had my chiro appointment last night and I am mush after those. I went to sleep. I had to stop because mine was hurting me more than he was helping me. And when I ended up with the hospital with pinched nerves in both the upper neck, the cervical, and the lower lumbar, I said, you're not touching me. You're not touching me. I don't know what you did, but you're not touching me. It hurt. It was a couple weeks before it happened, and it was hurting. And I said, what's going on? Is this hurting? Not like normal. And he says, I don't know. And then I wake up one day, and I can't move. I'm like, calling my son. I said, you got to take me to the hospital. I said, I can't move with my upper and lower back. I had pinched nerves in both of them. So I told him, I said, you're not touching me again. I'm sorry. Just not happening. So I've not been to a chiropractor since. Melanie to Jen, coining, absolutely. Very well. Okay. Well, I'm still working on blog posts. Did some updates to my blog because it looked funny, and now it looks a little bit more professional. Not quite as weird looking. I don't know what I was doing. It just started looking funny to me, and I thought something's wrong. It was huge. The letters were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Melanie says, since I had spinal fusion done and I have 2 rods running up along the full length of my spine, seeing a chiropractor won't do me much good. Oh, God, no. That's what I'm afraid of. Is I have very few discs left in my whole spine, all three areas. I have very few discs left, and I'm afraid that they're going to want to start fusing these, and then I'm not going to be able to move. I think it's bad enough now, but I can only imagine if they do that, what'll happen. However, the one time I did go, they realigned my hips, and oh my God, that was amazing. Yeah, my one side was higher than the other, and he was able to bring them down so they were even. And they did help in the beginning, but after like 5 years of, constant, I never got the maintenance. I was always going twice a week to this guy's office for years and years and years. It's like, good grief, why, And then something happened, and it started hurting worse. And I said, so you're doing something different, and it's hurting now where it didn't hurt before. It's no longer good. Something happened. And like I said, after I got the pinched nerves, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't let them touch me. I said, I don't know what you did. It may not have been something you did, but you're not touching me, because I'm afraid one false move and I'm going to be paralyzed. So no, I'm not going to do that. And I stopped. So I moved away. I wasn't there I don't live near him anyhow now anymore. Have to go every 2 weeks to function. So we got down to twice a week, every 2 weeks. And then once a week, I think every 2 weeks. Was it once a week? But I was still going at least once a week, every 2 weeks. And then things got worse. I started going back more often. I'm like, something's not right. We're going backwards here. Something's wrong. Something is definitely not right. Melanie says, I'm so sorry, Jen. My back is always uncomfortable. I need to start getting regular massages once it's safe to do so again. Around here, they're still advertising massages, and they keep sending me things. Come make an appointment, make an appointment. I'm thinking, yeah, right. But I have fibromyalgia, and let me tell you, massaging hurts. If you have fibromyalgia and they start, that pushing and whatnot that they do with the massaging, it hurts. Definitely hurts. So massages aren't always what they're cracked up to be. What's going on here? Jen said, I messed up my back getting a hot stone massage. Never had one of those, though they do advertise them at the place that I went to. I'm already messed up, but for some reason that did me in. Oh, crap. Oof, that's awful. Yeah. Yeah. I had one massage years ago, and it felt so good. And my daughter gave me, a gift certificate, and it was, by this point, I had it really bad with the fibromyalgia. And I tried explaining to the girl that she was hurting me. I didn't know what she was doing, but it hurt. I didn't understand, because the first massage I had was wonderful. It felt great. And it wasn't until I found out I had fibromyalgia. So the next time I did have one done after that, I explained to them that I had it and that they could not do that deep tissue massage, I think it is. They can't do that because that hurts. You could, rub and, do a massage that way, but you can't do that deep tissue thing where they push in and try to do it. That was terrible. So I can't have one unless I'm really sure the person's going to pay attention to me. The original cause, Jen says, is a really bad accident in my 20s. I was pushed in a million different directions. Oh yeah, that can do it. My daughter had like 6 accidents. I mean, I was afraid to answer the phone. It got so bad. She was young. She was pregnant. I don't know how many she had while she was pregnant. I'm like, these kids haven't even been born yet, and they've been in accidents. And then you get pregnant, then you give birth, and then you have them in a car, and you have accidents. And these poor kids have been through accidents like you wouldn't believe. And I get called, come to the hospital. I get to the hospital. She's laying on a stretcher with her head and the neck in the brace, and the baby seat is sitting on the end of the stretcher next to her. I'm like, wonderful. Where's the father? Well, he had to go get something. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. You're sitting in the hallway. The infant is in the car seat. You can't move. This is just perfect. Perfect. Thank God she stopped having accidents every time I turned around. I have a little bump on the left side of my upper back from where they had to shave one of the rods down. I'd informed the masseuse about it, but she was rubbing on it like it was a knot. Ooh. Ouch. Only bad massage experience I've had. Wow, Melanie. Melanie says, oh gosh, that is so scary to Jen. Jen is saying, ow. Jen says, I'm still scared to drive to this day, but what can you do? I understand that feeling. I never wanted to drive, period. And my dad drove me to the DMV when I was homesick one day. Said, we're going to go for a ride. And I get in a car, and he drives me to the DMV. He says, now get in there and take that test. I'm like, no, I don't want to drive. It's like, I'm not taking no for an answer. Get in there and take that test. Now, I'm glad he did, because I never would have learned to drive. And to this day, I would be in a really bad position if I couldn't drive. But I was terrified, and I did not want to drive. Melanie says, nods. I understand that fear. That's how I feel if someone tries to make me drive during a bad snowstorm. Oh, God, talk about snowstorms. I never drive in snow. That's bananas. I've driven in ice storms. You want to talk about scared? Snow is nothing compared to an ice storm. Believe me. Jen says, that's my family, Tessa. What? Taking you in and making you do something you don't want to do? Well, you know what he did to me then? He says, because we had a stick shift car, he goes, you have to learn how to drive this stick shift. He goes, we're going to go to the bottom of this hill, and we're not going home until you get up it. So I tried a couple of times. I said, I guess we're going to move into this place. We're going to live in this car because I'm never getting up this hill. He's like, keep at it. And for hours and hours and hours, he made me try to drive up this hill with a stick shift. And I couldn't do it. And I was crying. And I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I give up. I give up. I don't ever want to step foot in this car ever again. So finally, he let me go home. We did that for hours on end. And I know how to drive a stick shift now. But it wasn't my family that taught me. It was my mother-in-law who finally taught me how to drive. Melanie said it's funny, too, because when my husband and I were in college and I was still crushing on him, I'd assumed he liked me because he randomly gave me a massage one day when we were hanging out. Jen says, I think he did, Melanie. Melanie says, and I was like, you should do this professionally. He teases me and says, you only love me for the massages. And I always say, I love you for more than that, but that's a perk. Great job. Melanie says to Jen, right? Guys don't do that for girls if they don't like them. Oh, you know what else? I found out. My mother says to me, I went home and I said, Ma, the boys keep hitting me. Why do they keep hitting me? It hurts. My mom says, because they like you. I said, no. Why would they hit me if they like me? My mom said, that's the only way they know how to show you. If they didn't like you, they would ignore you. I said, well, how about they ignore me more? Because it hurts. They punched me all the time. And she says, they like you. Melanie says, I chased him for 2 years, though. Worth it. But that's another story for another stream. Cool. Oh, my God. Stick shift. No, thank you. Oh, yeah. That was, oh, that was horrendous. Oh, wow. That's my family for you. Jen says, I can't even reasonably drive a stick. I can drive a stick. When I had a chance to buy, the day I found out I was getting divorced, and was, I went out to buy a new car, and I got to pick my new car. First time I got to pick the car, I should have known that something was up, and I picked a stick shift. I said, I don't believe you did this, because I really didn't want a stick shift, but it was a sports car, and it had a stick shift, and I wanted this car, so I got it. And of course, I had to practice on it again to get used to driving the stick, but I had no problem driving the stick. At that point, and I drove it. And then that night, I get the shock that, oh, there's somebody else in my husband's life. And he gives me a guilt card that he expects me to pay for. So he got his guilt card back. He goes, I can't afford to pay for this. I said, well, you should have figured that out before you told me to buy it. I can't afford it. Oh, my goodness. What is it with men sometimes? Speaking of my husband, oh, that one didn't pop up. Speaking of my husband and driving, he gets his driving privileges back in February after not being able to drive for 3 months for lowering his epilepsy meds. I can't wait. Oh, wow. I can imagine. Yeah, that's rough. Melanie says, yeah, my mom used to say the thing about boys teasing me. Yeah. I'm like, Mom, it hurts. She goes, I know, but it means they like you. I'm like, I wish they hated me. They're hurting me. I was all bruised from them hitting me. It was something else. It's not. Times have definitely changed. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if that's the best way to view the teasing now, though. Yeah, well, that was before the bullying age came of, it was definitely before that. It's not. Times have definitely changed. Yeah, I agree, Melanie. Things are different now. Jen said, my friend told my daughter that boys are stupid a long time ago. Melanie said, I had a boy who always used to tease me in gym class because I've never been athletic. One time I was sitting on the upper level of our basketball court. It was a big gym with 2 courts. He came up behind me and hit me in the back of my head with a basketball, like he was 2 inches away, and launched it full force. Of course, he didn't get in trouble. Oh, my God. Did you want to punch him? I'd want to lay him flat. Ouch, yeah. I'm not a hitter. I use words to hurt. I try not to do either if I can help it. I mean, I playfully smack my husband's arm for wrestling, or he says something with a smart aleck attitude, though. But that's it. Well, that's something completely different. Yeah. Jen says same. Yeah, definitely. Jeez. Think back to all those boys. I mean, nothing ever came of it. Lost track with most of them. That's fine, Melanie. Everyone does that. Um, Before I moved in here 2.5 years ago, and I was living with my dad, I met up with my boyfriend from when I was in fourth grade, third and fourth grade. And we were together all the time. And then I had to move in fifth grade. So I didn't see him for years and years and years and lost touch. Ran into him briefly at a job, but we didn't reconnect. And then I found him on Facebook, and I'm like, I'm going to friend him. I wonder if he remembers me. Because I had a different name by that point. I didn't have my maiden name anymore. And but my maiden name was on there. So I friended him, and he's like, wow, haven't heard from you in a long time. And I went in the hospital right after that, right after I kept making contact. And I put on there while I was sitting in the hospital on my smartphone that I was in the hospital and where I was. And he comes walking into my room, and I'm like, Danny? He's like, yeah. What are you doing here? Last person I expected to see in my hospital room. And we hadn't seen each other in years and years. And he was like my first boyfriend, really, we were close. And he brought that up, and he goes, we really were, weren't we? I said, yeah, we were. But he was married. And at first, he was trying to do a friendship with the wife and him and I kind of thing. And he put women down, put us down terribly. Awful things. And he did this to his wife too. When I went to visit them, they asked me to dinner, and I went over there, and he constantly put her down as well. And it was bad enough when he was doing it, talking to me. And I'm like, I didn't like this, and I didn't like this part of him at all. And not too long after that, I found out I was moving, and he says to me, I'm getting divorced, and I need a place to live. I said, good luck with that, and don't contact me again. I said, I don't like the way you treat women. I'm not going to let you treat me that way anymore. And he's like, okay. And he did leave me alone. But it wasn't the traditional story of, meeting up with your first boyfriend from grade school and turned into the love story of the year kind of thing that I was hoping for. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. But I don't know where he is now. I don't know what happened, but he doesn't know how to treat women. Melanie says, yeah, I know. To Jen's, that's fine, Melanie. Everybody does that. And Melanie says, my husband's aunt and uncle like that, but his aunt mistreats Todd's uncle. Yeah, there are some women who do mistreat men. It happens both ways, unfortunately. That situation was like, at first I thought it would be okay because he was including me in with his wife, and his wife wanted to be friends. But then I guess, all that stuff he said was terrible, terrible things about women. I'm like, you don't even know how to treat women, talk to women. You put us down all the time. I said, I'm not putting up with this. Get out of my life. Don't bother contacting me anymore. Well, he's like, but I need someplace to live. Well, not with me, you aren't. He said, well, I'll have to go live with my sister. I said, that's your problem, not mine. I don't know what happened. Don't care. But I thought it was going to be one of those, you know, love stories where you meet the guy, you know, from your childhood, and it turns out to be the best thing that ever happened to you, kind of thing. Started out that way, so I found out about the wife and the way he treats women. Not so great. All right. Now that we've done all this, would we like to write? We haven't sprinted in a while. Let me know. Don't carry up. Interesting. Melanie's ready. I got one. Jen, are you writing tonight? There's my answer. Oops. Instead of answering me, she gives me a tree code. Jen, you're funny. Oh, shoot. No. Cancel that. Wrong one. I need to get into the plant together mode. Wrong one. All right. 5. EX3R. Even though my glasses on already. Oh, yummy. I want some of that. Oh, my stencil. A package of stencils just hit the floor. Okay. You want to set that for 30 minutes or you want that at 25? Jen says, I'm going to read through the book I'm writing to catch up on the first one. Yeah. Really? That is a great answer. Yeah. Melanie's going to join us in the planting. Good job. Yeah, I'm finding this tree is a real Sunday. I can't even eat it yet. Still can't. Stomach still can't take it. I was on the other night and ate a piece of cheesecake, and I had to make a mad dash. As I thank God it's just Mama and me because it was pretty embarrassing. I'm like, I got to go like now. Ice cream sounds amazing. Yes, I agree. But I can't have any. For me. Are we leaving this at 25 or are you going to put it on 30? Where am I doing a 25-minute sprint? What am I doing? I don't know what to do. I'm just going to put it on 30 because that's what we usually do. You can start it whenever you want. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. Sorry, already got it. You can start it at 25 minutes if you want. Timer's already gone. uh, all right, back to my. I got so many things to do. I guess back to my blog. I need to work on that. I'm muting myself. So if I start talking and you can't hear me, that's what I asked you. That's what I kept asking you. Are you going to make it 30 or not? And then you said 25 is good. And I'm like, okay, but I already started it for 30. I didn't realize you didn't understand what I was saying. Yes, the tree is set for 25 minutes. Then you need to fix it for 30 if you're going to put them back in 30s. Yeah, you must have done 25 last. That's for sure. Okay. So if you see me talking and nothing's coming out of my mouth, just put mute. Because sometimes I forget to unmute myself. But I talk to myself too much, so Sorry about that. Lost track of time. Oh, and I was just getting ready to start writing a short story for my blog. The alarm went off. Startling. All right, Melanie says I'm going to put General Hospital on in the background. I can't miss Friday episodes. God, I haven't watched that in years. I used to watch it all the time. Luke and Laura got married and all that stuff. And I stopped for a long time, and my mom was still alive. She started watching it, so I sat down to be with her, and I got hooked on it again, and I watched it, and then I got out of it several years ago. I haven't seen it in at least the last 4 or 5 years, so I have no idea what's going on there anymore. I almost killed the tree, but I got back to the app on time. Phew. Jen says she'd forgive you. That's why I don't put it on deep mode. If you don't have it on deep focus, you don't kill the tree. You can do whatever you want. And it just runs in the background. Laura's still on. She's got grandkids now. Now, see, the last time I saw it, when I was watching it with my mom, Laura was not on the show. She was mentioned occasionally, but she was not on the show. Luke was on the show. And they just killed that little child. And Luke was one of the people being blamed. I can't remember any of the other names of the people in the thing. And but Laura wasn't on the show at the time. So Luke went through a really rough time at that point. I don't know what happened after that because, like I said, I stopped watching it again. Melanie says, I'm almost done proofreading chapter 1. I'm going to proofread and look for continuity errors in another phase. Sounds like you're coming along there. I've got a couple that have come in. I still haven't looked at them yet. I still have to see what people have been putting in. Oh yeah, that kid's still alive now, Jake. I believe he was kidnapped by Helena Cassadine. Kid's still alive. Well, the one I'm thinking of was killed by a car. I thought he was definitely dead. Like, they showed the accident happening. They just couldn't see who the driver of the vehicle was. I do remember the name Jake, though. That definitely sounds the same. And that was, yeah, and they were using, because the blonde woman who was married to the, the mob guy, her daughter was dying, and they wanted the parts from the baby because that child was dead and her child was dying, and it caused a big thing because, the parents were astounded that they would ask for the, their dead child's organs. Yeah, so let's go from age 5 to 17 overnight. Yeah, they do. Melanie says, Cassett, that name's not meaning anything to me. I'm sure who that is. She said, I found a hilarious typo. Instead of the flush in my cheeks, I wrote, the flush in my cheeks. That's a good one. Carly. Yes, Carly and Sonny. Carly and Sonny. Sonny. Yes, Carly and Sonny. Carly's. Yep, they're married for the fifth time. Now they're married again. Carly's little girl was dying, and the child that had gotten killed, they went and say, and it was bodyguard. It was the child of the bodyguard, and somebody else. Can't remember her name. And they went. Oh, really? Okay. So the kid who was hit by the car was kidnapped by Helena's Goonies when he was in the hospital. So the organs came from someone else. That figures. And Jocelyn's 18 now. It wasn't that many years ago. It's amazing when they did that. Because my mother, she used to watch it when I was a kid. All I am. And she says, yeah, the child would be the same age as you one day, and the next day they were a grown adult, with their own kids. And she goes, it was amazing. I went off them on and off, on and off, on and off. I have not watched one since my mom passed away, and that was 7 years ago. So it's been at least, and there at the end, she couldn't, her dementia was so bad she couldn't keep up with it. So I'd say probably a good 8 years ago since I've seen that show, General Hospital. But yeah, I was hooked to it when Luke and Laura and all that was going on. I go, oh my God, Luke and Laura. And what's his name? The other guy, Scotty. When I saw the show, and I'm like, I'm looking at the people and their names. I'm trying to, think back. Because the last time I had seen him was so long ago. Jason Morgan, that's what I'm supposed to be thinking. Jason is who I was thinking of. It's supposed to be 40, but the actor who plays him is almost 50. Jason. His child. It was his child that was supposed to be killed by that car, if I'm not mistaken. Him and what's her name? Carly? Was it him and Carly? Did they get together? Or am I confusing? I may be getting that confused. But yeah, Jason Morgan. Understandable. I actually started watching it again a month after my dad passed in 2006. Yeah, for me it was hard because my mom could no longer enjoy it. It was the one show she looked forward to each day, and then she couldn't anymore. So I just stopped watching because, we used to watch it together. It was something we did every day. Some storylines still circulate through. I can imagine. From them, yeah. And then, okay, here we go. Scotty's still around too. All right. You can watch old clips on YouTube. I've been doing that when I get bored. I don't doubt it. Yep, Jake and Liz's child, Jake. That's the one that got killed, right? Or didn't he really not die? I mean, I thought he was dead. My sister used to watch The Young and the Restless. It was so silly. What was the other one I watched? Days of Our Lives. That one got silly too. They started going into the paranormal stuff, and they really started going way off of reality. Melanie says, oh my God, my mom stopped watching General Hospital and switched to Young and Restless. Traitor. I've watched all of them at one point or another. Melanie says, you can even look up clips that feature Laura from the late 70s when she was married to Scotty. Oh, wow. Jen says, though I might have been watching movies based on romance novels most of the week. Might have. Melanie says it's funny because when my one friend Beta read the first draft of my novel, he could see the influence of soap opera storytelling. That's good. Oh. Yeah, I watched all them when I was a young bride. So we're talking back in the mid-70s to late 70s. And I watched 3 of them. Days of Our Lives, another one, and General Hospital. They were all together. And a couple of them over the years have disappeared. And often when I pop into like Days of Our Lives, I'm like, this is getting super, super silly. I mean, this person died so many times. And every time I came back to the show years later, he'd be alive again. It's like the phoenix rising out of the ashes, out of the fire. And I'm like, isn't he dead? How many times do you have to kill this guy? Jen says she was... Wait a minute. All right, that's what he said. Jen says a lot of soap opera and romance. Jen said actually sounds lovely. Melanie says. Jen says it's an app, Melanie. It's called Passion Flicks, and the movies are pretty good. I think it's $5.99. Passion Flicks. Oh, that's awesome. Melanie liked the romance version of Shutter. Excuse me. Melanie says, my husband always jokes about how when characters are killed off GH, the writers always find a way to bring them back. They told him so long that as nobody has found they can. Yeah. Most of these soap operas don't kill them permanently. They just supposedly die, and then miraculously, there they are again. A few years later, they've recycled the character again. Yep, exactly. Doesn't happen like that in real life, but it sure does in those stories. Really funny. I remember I was watching one, Days of Our Lives, and I was looking for one of the characters. I only knew the name, and they were calling this adult the name, and I'm like, you mean that kid is now? And I said, well, of course, it's a soap opera. They made that kid an adult. My dream writing gig is to become part of the writing team on General Hospital. Wow, Melanie. That's some dream. It's amazing. Those things still are hanging around. And the funny thing is, something can either take days and they fill a whole year up in a couple of days, or they do it the other way around and it takes a year to tell a couple of days. I mean, it's like their time flow is whatever they want it to be. Really. It's like, oh my God, what a job. Yeah, what a job. Have to have a good imagination for that one. Don't think about too many names because they just keep resurrecting the same characters over and over again. Melanie says, I know how to write screenplays too. I could totally do it, especially since I haven't missed an episode since April 2006. Wow. That show really helped me after my dad passed. 2006. Holy cow, girl. Sorry about your dad. I know how rough that is. I lost my mom. 2013, we lost my mom. My dad's still alive, hanging in the nursing home, hating every day of his life, wishing he was dead. He's in a really, he had strokes. He's got brain damage. Besides dementia, he's not in a very good place in his mind, you know, unfortunately. Oh, what did I do? Wrong thing. Melanie says, like I literally grew up with some of the characters, it seems. Yeah, well, that's what my mom said that day. She says, you were just the same age yesterday. And now look at him. He's like, he grew into an adult overnight. Melanie says, I've tried to figure out the family trees of the Corinthos, the Quartermains, and the Spencers. But there are so many of them, and they're so intertwined. Those families are so intertwined. I don't know if anybody could figure out the family tree, or if they really know. I mean, some of them may even be impossible, that, you know, not actually able to happen. But, you know, who can tell in a story like that? You can't keep track of that kind of stuff. It's impossible. Jen says, I'm sorry about your dad, Melanie. I know it's been a while, but it still hurts. Yeah. It does. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, my moments still. There are days when I want my mom, and I'm like, I need my mom. I need to talk to my mom. And it's like, oh, yeah, she's not here anymore. Then I go, I want to talk to my dad. Oh, yeah, he's in the nursing home. Doesn't have a memory left. Can't talk to my dad. My kids don't want to hear it. Life sucks sometimes. I told my psychiatrist, I really need a therapist. I am so messed up right now. But I can't risk losing her. I pay her out of my pocket because she's not, doesn't take insurance. Jen says it's crazy what triggers that, isn't it? Oh, yeah. The weirdest things in the world can trigger that. Well, you know, people must have thought I was really crazy, but I went into the store and I was in line, and the person in front of me was buying pumpkin pie. And I suddenly burst into tears. And they turn around and look at me, and it's like, what's the matter? I said, you got a pumpkin pie. Yeah. Pumpkin pie was my mom's favorite food. And she had one the night before she died. Well, the night before she went into the coma or whatever it was she was in before she died. It's the last thing she remembered having. The last thing my dad went out and got her because she asked for a pumpkin pie. And so I'm bawling in the store like crazy. People are looking at me like I'm nuts. I'm like, I've got to get out of here now. And I sat in my car and I cried for like a half an hour before I even went home. I said, I can't do this. Pumpkin pie. That's all it took. The simplest thing. Jen said, I lost some close friends in 94 years ago. It still hits me sometimes. Yeah, it always will. Melanie says, hugs to you both. Same to you. And grandparents, of course, that hurts a lot. Yeah, grandparents when we were especially younger. You know, when they died. And my my one grandmother, I was pregnant with my oldest child, and I didn't know it happened because we didn't have a phone and we were in the military. And the only way they could let me know would be to contact the Red Cross and have the Red Cross track me down and tell me. And they said no, because I was about to give birth, and the last thing they wanted to do was have something happen because of that. So I was not told about my grandmother until afterwards. So I didn't even get a chance to go say goodbye. Jen says, my parents are alive, but we're not close at all. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough, too. Melanie says, I pointed out to my mom yesterday that my grandma, Dad's dad, would have been 100 last year. Wow. She's saying, oh, to something. I'm not sure what. Melanie says, there's a place in Cleveland called Franklin Castle, one of the most haunted buildings in the city, and maybe even in the state. I have had bad experiences with the spirits there. Well, I better stay the hell out of there. I have enough trouble with the spirits in my life. I don't need any more of that. Evil ones, Melanie, Jen asks. Melanie says, the last time I went, I said, I'm stronger than you. You can't hurt me. And after my best friend turned the corner to leave, my Immortal by Effervescence randomly came on the radio. A mix of good and evil. Jen said there's a haunted prison too that you can get tours of. Oh gosh, I had enough of that in my life without going someplace to get it. Melanie says, I hadn't listened to that song in its entirety since the day a cop showed up at Mom's house to tell me my dad crashed his van down the street. I was watching the music video for that song. Yep, the Ohio State Reformatory, also known as Shawshank. Oh. Jen says, I know an author shot her book cover there. Wow. Melanie says, oh, Tess, I'm so sorry. Thank you. It can be done. It can be hard. It's hard on all of us. Jen said she's local to you. The book was dark and amazing. Melanie said, Dad's mom I met. Not Dad's dad. Melanie says, which one, Jen? The author is Tara Civic, and the book is Bury Me, I think. Melanie says, oh, I've heard of that. Thanks for the reminder. Jen said she went to that prison and something happened to her. Melanie says, I can believe it. Jen says, she's such a great person. I want to meet her someday at a signing. Melanie said, although Dad's dad would have been 100 this year. Well, my dad is 88 now. He's going to be 89 in April. And my grandmother was in her 90s when she passed. My aunt, who's 13 years older than my mother, was in her 90s when she passed, but my mom didn't make it. She made it to 79. She had Parkinson's disease, and then she just said, I'm leaving this world, and shut down. Asked for her favorite foods, which my dad went out to the store and bought, ice cream and pumpkin pie and all that stuff, brought it home. She ate it. Next morning, she went and revived. And She lived for 10 days approximately till all of us said, Mom, you can go. You don't have to stay here. And then when my stupid brother finally called after my dad said, you got to call your mother. And they held the phone up to her ear and he said, you know, you can go. She did. She was waiting for my brother. And he was being a real jerk. Still is, by the way. Melanie says, so not only am I empathetic with human emotions, but spiritual ones as well. That's why I have to be super careful when going to haunted places. I've lived in enough haunted houses myself. It's hard. Melanie to Jenny hugs. It's so hard. I get it. Jen says, I was crying at work. It was crazy. I cry often at books, though, so everyone is used to it. Oh, jeez. I am an empath with people. I wonder about spirits. Sometimes they get really sad and heavy vibes in haunted places. They didn't live in the houses I lived in. Melanie says that could be Jen, very possible. I've spent most of my life living in haunted houses. Not fun. Most of them have been pretty bad. Especially that one house. We had bad spirits there. Which we've all talked about before. Jen says, like, you feel the emotions of what happened at the place. My nose itches. Jen says, my ghost here in the house is okay. Not always here, though, I don't think. Melanie said it's weird because my mom's house was so haunted for the longest time. When I moved out and lived in other cities for a few years, the same daunting sensation I would get there was gone. Excuse me. I had so many incidents in my life. The time I looked in the mirror and it wasn't me. Almost killed myself. Almost got on the stairs trying to get away from that one. Standing there looking at the mirror and it was me. Chances, I think every house I've been in has been haunted in one way or another. Pretty much same for me. Melanie says I was able to determine the good spirit there was named Frank. I'd seen him in denim overalls and a red flannel shirt, heavy guy. Found out after telling a neighbor about him, she said, that's the guy who lived across the street from you. I had no idea what his name was when we first moved there. I was too young. Oh, you've had the mirror experience. I don't think I could handle that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I almost broke my neck trying to get away from that. And I couldn't look in that mirror. And the terrible thing is that mirror was facing my bedroom door. And there was no way for me to get downstairs without looking in that mirror. So I walked there with my eyes closed, trying not to fall down the stairs because I did not want to look in that mirror again and see what I saw. And my parents were trying to figure out what was wrong with me because I was hysterical. So the day I moved out and they moved out and the house got torn down, I would not look in that mirror. That would be too much for me too, Melanie. Melanie said, I've been told that I'm so in tune with the other side that I should not go to Salem, Massachusetts. Oh my God. Jim said that would come off the wall immediately. Holy cow, yeah, really. Melanie said, oh, Tess, I'm so terrified. I don't like the idea of mirrors on doors. Not after I'd learned that they can be portals. Well, that's what basically it was, a portal, and what I was looking at, of course, was not myself. And that messed me up pretty bad. Like I said, I couldn't even open my eyes to go out of my room to go down the stairs because I was not looking in that mirror ever again. I don't like mirrors in hotel rooms, Jen says. Melanie says, okay, I don't know about you ladies, but I'm ready to switch gears. Yeah, especially since we're getting close to midnight here on the East Coast. Yeah. And Chen Mooney, oh, I've never thought about those mirrors. Yikes. I like to forget about them, but sometimes it comes back. Can't ever unsee it. You know, you see it, it's there. They're just uncomfortable, Jen says. Yeah. Well, we can do another sprint if you want. I've written stories and stuff over the years of my different experiences, some as real life experiences and some just as fiction, depending on the mood I was in. You know, you've been going for almost 4 hours now. Yeah, almost. All right. Let's see here. Alrighty. Everybody ready? I never did take the timer now. Reset it 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. My stomach hurts. I ate something that didn't like. Wow. Time flying. I wrote a short story for another post based on my life. Slob that I am. Hi, Laura. Nice to see you. Probably missed you. Didn't see you come in. Melanie says, let's see. I finished proofreading chapter 1. I think that's enough for tonight. Thanks so much again for hosting Tess. It was great chatting with you, and at Jen Mooney, take care. Well, if I missed you, I'm sorry. Have a good night. Thank you for coming, and hope to see you soon. Jen says, I drank hot chocolate. Very productive, Jen. I wrote a story. I drank my Ensure. Like a good little girl. Stomach's upset, though. Not happy. I don't know if there's lactose in it or not, but it's very unhappy right now. Oh, I hope this stuff stops soon. I'm trying to make an appointment to get my car worked on, but I need my daughter to bring me home. So I'm trying to get her to give me a day and time so I can set up the appointment for my car to get fixed. I got a gift, and it came at a good time because my car needs repairs. When I called them, they asked them because they're gift cards. I said, they're in $500 increments. Am I going to be able to use them? They're gift cards. She says, not a problem. How many do you have? Like 5 of them. She goes, oh, wow. Yeah. I said, well, they're on $500 increments. She goes, it's not a problem. If it turns out to be $1,100, where you'll just have, $400 left on one of your cards. However, whatever amount it takes. I got a lot of things that need doing. It might take all of it for all I know. But I need my car. There's a few things that are dangerous, need to be fixed. And I died this summer without air conditioning. I said, can you do that in the winter? She said, well, let's put that at the end of the list, because if you don't have enough money, then, you don't have to worry about it now, because it is winter, and it's starting, you don't need the air conditioning. So it's on the end of my, on my wish list is the air conditioner. But I don't want to get through another summer like that. I thought I was going to die. I don't drive much anymore. My Medicaid pays for trips to almost every doctor. Even the far way ones so far haven't been too far out that they were outside of their circle. The one I went to today would have been close, but I didn't have enough time, so I had to drive today, and it was pain. It was a long drive. But I had to go to the other office. I couldn't go to the one that's in my town. I had to go to the main office for the first fit. So I've been using that. Medicaid pays for it. I don't have to deal with the driving, and I hate driving. So it works out great for me, but I still need the car, so it needs to be fixed. So waiting for my daughter. And of course, she didn't get back to me tonight. But then I can't make an appointment till Monday anyhow, so she's got all weekend to think about it. And let me know what day she wants to do it. Because they're going to have it probably a couple days. It needs several things. Oh, God. Stomach ache. Better stop eating this popcorn, too. The dietitian says that's an iffy food. She goes, it might be a problem, it might not be. So, where are we? Another sprint. Melanie's gone. No to Mama tonight that I've noticed. As far as painting, that's neat. I miss my painting, but I can't paint on my own. I need a teacher teaching me. And because of the pandemic, of course, the classes got canceled. I was taking painting classes here. We got them free. I mean, they brought in a teacher, they pay for the supplies, and we had 2 paint classes a month. So I've got 2 pictures, 2 of them, I think, that are like halfway done. And I don't have the supplies, obviously, and they're expensive. And I don't have the knowledge. Like, I need a teacher helping me along with the painting. But I love it. I mean, I enjoyed it. And it's acrylic painting, not oil, but acrylic painting. And I'm doing the 4 seasons. So I did one for Christmas with the covered bridge and the snow all around. And I did one for summer with a palm tree and the, the pretty bluish green water. And those 2 are done. And then I did a beautiful wooden path through the woods with trees lining the path and all the trees and everything, and a lot of birch trees. And, the path through the woods. And that was a mural, because we're doing murals and paintings, and that was on a big piece of plywood. And that was supposed to be hung up in the, the day room that we have, our community room, which of course is locked up. We're not allowed in because can't congregate. And then the one I'm in the middle, I think I'm doing the same sort of picture for both the mural and the picture. It's an ocean scene with the lighthouse, with the water coming up. And I don't know if you've ever seen Jaws, the scene where he's standing at the water's edge and the piece of wood is floating and he walks out and pulls it up. Of course, the dead woman was attached to it. It's kind of like what that scene reminded me of. That's how I'm painting the picture, not, of course, with that in the water, but it's the picture. You're looking at the like looking from the water into the shore, see the water lapping up on the sand, and in the background you see the lighthouse and a path that leads back to the lighthouse. So that's what I was doing, but I don't have enough talent to do it on my own. And who knows if forever. They offered, we had a sign-up sheet and people signed up and we were going to do it, and then I get down there the day of the class and they decided to cancel it. So we didn't get it. And I was so disappointed because I had been looking forward to having the class. Really was very unhappy about that because I do enjoy painting. And my dad painted. He had a lot of talent. He did a lot of painting. So he did a lot of the, what's his name? Bob Ross or something like that. With the palette and not necessarily a brush, but using the palettes and stuff. But his paintings were good. I got one of them here. I managed to save one of them. At least I got one. And because I wanted the one with the Does it have? I can't remember if it has the birch trees in it or not. I wanted the one with the birch trees. I got one of them anyhow. I didn't want the pink one. It had a pink sky, and I'm like, I don't really like that one. But he did, landscaping, which is kind of what I was learning how to do, but they don't look so bad, really. Yeah. So did we decide if we're doing anything? I know Laura's painting. Jen was drinking hot chocolate. I think. I don't know if she still is. Don't know if she wants to do anything. I've been using my BiPAP machine, but it's like not really helping much. I don't feel like I'm getting. I'm still dead tired and sit down in the chair and fall asleep. So I don't. It doesn't fit right, and he ordered the wrong size to begin with. I don't know where his brain was. Now I don't know if I'm stuck with it or what, but I have to call and complain. I hate Fridays when I'm tired. I haven't been sleeping well. I understand that. I hate it any day when I'm tired. I mean, every day to me is Friday. I don't work, so I'm just so exhausted and having to drive all the way up to that doctor's office to find out that the stupid doctor went off half-cocked and I didn't have a problem. He had me so upset. You have to go to the doctor now, today, tomorrow at least. And I couldn't get an appointment. And he called them up and demanded an appointment because I was dying as far as he was concerned. If you ever get, a doctor tell you that, how do I do these long sprints? I don't know. I don't know. I don't sleep well. I mean, I could be doing things by myself, or I could do sprints and other people can join me. And there's 5 people here. Oh, just dropped the 4. Somebody left. But there was 5. There's 4 now. I don't know who all's here. A couple people working, I guess. Writing is nearly impossible when I'm fuzzy. Well, I'd say I'm not writing, but I just wrote a short story to put on my blog, and I wrote a couple of things I thought I put on my blog. So I can't say my brain is fuzzy. I'm not actually writing a story at this point. I mean, it's certainly nothing important. Just little short stories. Flash fiction, 100 words. Big deal. Shorter, some of them were shorter than that. But the longest was 100 words. I mean, I'm tired. I have a headache. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go lay in the bed and the machine's going to blow in my face and I'm going to lay there and I'm not going to go to sleep. And it's going to be like, well, do I lay here, not sleep? Do I get up? Do I do something? I got a lot of things I can do. I'm kind of haphazardly doing it, though. Though when you're in the moment, the time just flies. Well, that's what's happened. It's caught me each time. It's caught me in the middle of something because I'm, involved and I'm not thinking about the time. So the alarm goes off, timer goes off, let me know that it's like, oh, shoot. When I'm working in Word, I can see the timer because I can shorten that screen up so I can see it. But I can't do it when they're all in the same, they're all in the same browser. You can't do that. You can't see it. You can't shrink the tabs. The tabs are You know, there's just no way of doing that. So I have no idea until the thing suddenly goes off. I haven't written anything super important. I haven't even started work on that idea that's been popping around in my mind about a second story for that. I'm not sure I'm just not sure I even have enough words, enough story to create it long enough to, to make a book. I mean, I have some ideas and they're popping in and out of my head. I got a ton of videos I have to do. I did a bunch of those shorts and I did most of the thumbnails, not all of them. Then I need to post each one, and that takes time. Feel free to do a pop-up. We'll see how I feel on the weekend. I think it was it last Saturday? Nobody was sprinting. Somebody popped in and said something like, "Oh, thank God you're sprinting. Nobody else is." Jen says, I have gotten through part of yours too. Well, that's good. I hope it's not obnoxious. Hopefully it's an engaging enough story. That one just fell in my lap. That one did. The second one is not doing that, which is why I think I might actually have to outline and try to work my way through. Maybe try following the beats and see if I can get ideas. I don't know what to do. I could go through old stories on my blog like I did for the first one. It's hard. I can never just, like you do, I gotta write a story, I'm gonna write a story and write a story. I have to be in a special place, and with that one I just finished, I mean, that just fell into place. It came to me and everything. But now it's like, I am not sure about, do I want to go something completely different? Do I want to try and make a second one for that? There's a few ideas in my mind, but it's not like that other one that just like brew and, I spewed it out on the paper. Definitely not there. I don't know. I don't think my neighbor's cooking this weekend. I don't think he has any shrimp left. He cooked last weekend and made me shrimp. My Eve was still here when he came in with it. She says, wow. And I said, yep, man can cook. Might be annoying, but the man can cook. I put up with a lot of crap from him, believe me. He owes me. I know I'm done with him second sprint, 2 sprints. I must not have been updating that. I know we haven't done a lot, though. We've been doing more talking than anything else. We had a long talk. I think it was before you came with BA, author BA Pasquar, about, of course, planners. What else? I think that was before you came. My longest sprint was what, 10.5 hours, I think. I went 10.5 hours. I figure as long as somebody's here, I'll keep going, and unless I'm super tired and whatever, but I'll keep going. Every now and then I'll get the people coming from you do hate someone, though. In my story, I would hope so. You're supposed to. If it's the person I think it is, you're supposed to. Well, Monique, you remember her. She already told me that. And when she first told me, she goes, I really hate. And I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? And she's like going on. And then she says, oh, but that's a good thing. You're supposed to. I said, oh, okay. Because she scared me when she said that. Yes, so far. There's a lot more to come, so. But the idea is to hate the person. Definitely. You haven't finished it yet. And I'll have to wait and see what people say about the ending. Because maybe they won't like the ending. But Monique says that it is good to have someone that they actually hate. Although they should have some redeeming characteristics about them. And hopefully you'll see he can have some redeeming, possibly, characteristics. But I won't know till you finish reading it. It's really hard to say. And everybody has different ideas. And part of that story is actual life. I'm not going to tell you which part. And part of that is a real life story. Part of it. Nobody got killed. Nobody died in real life. I will finish it. It's easier to read at work, but I've been falling asleep at lunch. Yeah, I used to do that. Put your head down on the desk for just a second. Next thing you know, someone's kicking the back of your chair. Get up. It's not a super long one. It's only 52,000 words. I've read it so many times. But I read fast too, which makes a difference. I had to write a review for Monique's book. I I hate writing reviews. I am not very good at that. But she was happy with it. I said, okay, great, because I'm rotten when it comes to writing reviews. But I had read her book, and so she asked me to please review it, on the website. Another painting for a character from the band. Oh, the Van Goghs, yeah, that Charlie likes. Cool. Yeah, she's got these in the Discord. She's got these little tug bottles that she painted. So cute. Hey, one thing. Dara can write some spooky stories, horror stories, and her descriptions, they can chill your blood. Kind of like remind me of Stephen King when I read his stuff. Oof. I haven't heard of them, but Charlie talks about them all the time. I don't know who they are either. But I've seen his character, the little characters he has, the little characters from the band, and he talks about them all. She talks about them all the time. I mean it, Laura. It's eerie reading your descriptions. I mean, somebody can write something that's sort of scary, but you put that, I don't know what it is, that special oomph in there that makes them scary. I mean, you can really see it. And I think that's, I mean, that's the whole idea. You want the person to picture what it is you're talking about. And you've got that very, very strong descriptions and very eerie. Like I said, you remind me of Stephen King when I started reading his book. Super scary descriptions. See it in your mind. I don't have an 8 coming Saturday and Sunday, so I'll have to deal with her. Descriptions are your favorite part to write. I have trouble with descriptions myself. They're not easy for me to write. It's hard for me to. I think I do better with plot than I do with description. And being an underwriter, it's harder to put that description in there. I'm like, I see people, they write all this stuff about characters, and I'm like, what do I need all that for? you know? You mean you want descriptions of these people? It's hard to put descriptions I think of characters in there, especially characters, find difficult. I don't know. Jen says, I get all nervous about blurbs, but I'm decent at them. I just have to think more. Blurbs, yeah. I was sitting in the doctor's office and I waiting to go in, and I opened one of the novels I just got, and it wasn't what I thought it was. So far, I'm not sure where it's going. It's supposed to be about writing romances, because she's talking about her life. I guess eventually she's going to get in the house. I mean, she's talked about writing them, but not having any luck selling them. So I don't know where she's going with this whole thing. But I thought it was a craft book by the title of it. And it's the story of this person's life. So I don't know whether I'll keep reading it or not. I get rid of that, I can get something else. It's a Kindle Unlimited, so it's, 10 per. So if I get rid of one, I could get another one that I want to read instead. Every time I pick one now, it says you have to get rid of one if you want. You're at your limit. Get rid of one if you want to read. So it's more like a lending library kind of thing. It's not like you're getting the book. You're like borrowing it. Which isn't necessarily a bad idea. I mean, it's not like I need to keep all this stuff on my Kindle, but some of these things I would like, like the craft books I would rather keep. I guess the only way of doing that would be to actually buy them, and not just get them as Kindle Unlimited. The romance, the beat. I think that one I bought. I'm pretty sure that one wasn't. That wasn't a Kindle Unlimited. That one I'm pretty sure I paid for. That and Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. I'm pretty sure I bought. But I got a lot of them on that Kindle Unlimited, not realizing I wasn't really buying them. I was borrowing. And there is a limit to how many you can borrow each month or at a time. Maybe it's not even a month. Maybe it's just at any time. So you release one and then they'll. Yeah, I always fall asleep. If I put the Audible on and lay down to try and listen to it, I fall asleep on the same chapter. And it's like, oh no, did it again. Set it back on that chapter. Start it again. Oh, back asleep I go. It definitely does help put me to sleep. Last night, though, I'm watching something scary. I'm not sure where it's going. It's on Apple TV, and it's called Servant. And the wife, they had a baby, and the baby died, and the wife can't handle it. So they make this realistic looking baby. And so she treats it and talks to it as if it's a real child. And husband just tolerates this. And she gets a nanny. And all of a sudden, that child is real. And I don't know the story. I don't know where it's going. I don't know who this baby is. Did they make the doll come to life? I don't know what the story's supposed to be. Except the squirrel definitely has very big issues. So that was what I fell asleep to last night. It took me a while to find it. I started watching it and I lost it. I'm like, I thought it was on the Disney Plus or something, or Hulu or something. And I'm like, where is that stupid movie? And then something came up and said something about Apple TV. And I clicked on it and it popped up and says, do you want to continue your movie? And there was the movie. I said, oh, it's on Apple TV. Okay, so now I know where it is. So I can finish. But it's a series, and I'm not sure they complete the series. I have this awful feeling that I'm going to get so far, and then they're going to want me to pay, because I only get X amount of time free before I have to start paying. And it's a series, so I don't think it's all this. I don't think the whole series is there. I don't even know if they ever finished the series. I don't know anything about it. I just started watching it because I got into it. Like, oh, great. I may be starting something that I may not be able to finish, which has happened before to me. I've had that happen. Have you ever had, I watch Netflix a lot, not lately, but I was watching it, and right in the most interesting part, when you're about to see what's going to happen, it cuts off and they don't make any more. And I don't know what happened, whether they just stopped making them or whatever, but it was right in the most important part. And if there's anything I can't stand, it's to have it quit right when you need to know something. And it's like, oh my God, they just quit and never found anything else about it. So now I can't even remember what it's called. So if they were to bring it back, I wouldn't remember the name of it anyhow. But I used to borrow books from the library, Audible books from the library all the time, and I'd pop them in my CD player and fall asleep. It would take me forever to read one book because I just got, honestly, I'm like, oh, this is crazy. This is where you got to last night when you fell asleep. Never going to get through this chapter at this rate. I keep falling asleep. Because when you're all, to me, when you listen to audio, you're not engaging your mind enough to keep it awake. If I'm reading a book, I have to use my brain. But if I'm just listening, it's a different story. Don't use quite the same senses. But I want to try doing what Charlie says and try keeping. So I want to start. I have to restart. I haven't started Romance to Beat yet, but I have to restart Save the Cat so I can write all that down and make notes, because it's on my iPhone, and it's not exactly ideal if I need to have a question to try to find it. So it makes a lot of sense to make up a craft book of things that are important, and then I can go back and look at it. So I like that idea. It was a good one. I'm having a hard time sleeping tonight. My stomach doesn't stop hurting. It really sucks. Oh, good. Really simplify the fun lighting colors. Cool. That's great. I'm sure they'll like it. If it has anything to do with ghosts, I'm sure they'll like it. Only using one type of paintbrush, so it's a unique style. I don't know much about painting to know. I do know when we were doing painting class, she would give me different paintbrushes for things, but I didn't know why. I just did what she told me to do. I used the brush she handed me. It needs to dry a bit so I can do another layer over it. Oh, yeah. The acrylic paint was drying pretty fast. Doing, I don't know what kind of paint that is. A paint that is in between acrylic and watercolor. Okay, so it's kind of wet if it's a watercolor. Use a lot of water. So it's probably pretty wet, yeah. I'm not a big fan of watercolors, but I've seen some really nice watercolors. I mean, you know, it's just, I think it's the subject and the artist and everything, you know. It's not my favorite kind of painting, but I have seen some really nice ones done. They are little tubs of jelly. Oh, wow. They keep spraying them with water so they don't dry out. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that kind of paint. Jen says I am going to get some sleep, ladies. I hope to see you soon. Yeah. Good night, Jen. I hope to see you soon too. I don't know. I might sprint over the weekend. Depends on how I'm feeling. Talk to you later. I've done more talking than I've done anything else tonight. It's like my paper pile is growing. It's supposed to be getting smaller. It's growing. Stupid thing. Why is it growing? Why can't I get rid of this paper? As I told Charlie earlier, I said, I'm getting buried in paper. And I keep losing little notes and stuff, you know, and it's like, gosh, I need to find something. I have to go through piles of paper looking for the paper that I'm looking for. Ridiculous. That's why I want to set up pages with information on it that I can go back and it's there instead of on little bits of paper all over the place. Because I got like websites I want to check out or, you know, whatever. And it's like on scraps of paper all over the place. Can't find anything. Well, there's an envelope, a blank envelope, just laying there. For what possible reason? It took something out of it, and it's laying. Recycle that. Got all kinds of notes. Just need the whites of the eyes to dry so I can do the pupils. Oh gosh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you are close to being done. So getting ready to do the pupils. Can you use a hairdryer on or something like that? That was a little noisy at this time. You live in a, probably like me. If I were to run the hairdryer right now, half the complex would be yelling at me. Making all that noise. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. What the hell are you doing? I can see it now. You know, it's funny when I found Charlie said today, I'm trying to hit the @ and I wasn't thinking, and I'm hitting @CH. I'm like, why isn't Charlie's name coming up? It never dawned on me, so I looked over and I said, oh, wait a minute. He's not, they're not using Charlie. They're using Project Shadow. So when I put the PR in, of course, it popped up. I'm like, oh, duh. Couldn't figure out what was wrong. I'm like, I don't understand why this isn't working. And I remember there's 2 sites now, not just one. Which makes sense because I wonder why when I pulled up by name, why I only get one. But of course, since the other one has a different name, that makes sense. I've been trying those little shorts. Man, they're not easy to make. And I'm not a good video maker to begin with. Waving the painting around trying to dry it. Well, that helps. That'll probably work. I'm trying to do these little shorts. And I'm like, boy, they're difficult to do. My new phone doesn't fit in my tripod adapter, which that reminds me I need a new tripod adapter for my phone. Because my new phone is so much bigger, it doesn't fit in the old one. And I use my phone for my videos. I don't have a camera, I use my phone. So I should have, I'm using a piece that I got that you put around your neck and you can hold your phone and watch it. So it's not, you know, you don't have to hold it. You can just put it around your neck and like lay down and it'll hold the phone in place for you and you can watch it. So I set that up, and I don't know if the angling on it's correct or not. And I'm, you know, I don't have a great background, and then you go just 60 seconds, and I'm like tripping over words, trying not to look at the paper, so you know, look at the camera. And I was trying. I look at Charlie's, and there's an intro, there's an outro, plus all this on under 60 seconds, and the, you know, the video, and they're so nicely done. I mean, their voice is so soothing and everything, you know, and I'm like, not putting together these stupid things, and they're supposed to be great, but I don't know how great these are. So one is up. I did get one up, but I still have a bunch of them that I made, and I started making little thumbnails to put on there. So thumbnail, as far as I know, can be regular size, but the video has to be the up and down narrow, which means turning the phone the other way, which is why it won't fit in the holder, because this one's bigger. So I'm doing the shorts, but I don't know how great. Whether they're going to make people run the other way or bring people in. I have a few new people I saw in my email that I have to go check out, because I usually follow anybody that follows me, unless I go to it and it's a definite site with nothing no people, no videos, no nothing, then I don't bother. I don't bother because I don't know what in the world that's supposed to be. Cool. And you got the painting, the little pupils in there? And pupils are probably pretty small. Probably won't take long to do. And the other thing I did, couldn't figure out why I can't hear the videos or anything on my phone. I'm like, why can't I hear these? And I'm looking for a button, you know, to turn up the volume or something, and I can't find anything. So I went on and I realized that I had muted it on my computer. And they're linked. So since I muted my computer, it mutes the sound on my phone. I'm like, oh, okay. So I got to take the mute off if I want to actually hear my phone. If my computer's stuck on mute, I'm in trouble. So I have to remember to unmute if I want to hear anything on YouTube on my phone. I don't know if the other phone did it, but so on Discord, let's see. I got Discord open. Is that it? Oh, yeah. Wow. I love it. Very good. Yeah, I'm sure they'll love that. That's great. An hour. Cool. I had to turn the notification thing or whatever. He got dinging at me. I'm like, what is that noise? Yeah, no, it turned out really good. That's great. I wouldn't even know that was watercolor, really. He didn't tell me that. Watercolors always look so washed out, I think. But that's vibrant and colorful. Doesn't look like a watercolor. Yeah, once people were busy talking a mile a minute and the thing's dinging away, and I'm like, I got to figure out how to stop this. So now I have it's on permanent whatever. I'm in there and I can do things. It's just that I'm not listening to all the noise. It is vibrant paint, definitely. As I said, I wouldn't know that was part watercolor at all. Great job. I'm sure they're going to be really happy when they see that. Still early where they are. They might even see it tonight. Who knows? I couldn't believe I almost missed my stream tonight. Man, I was not paying attention. Kat was talking about doing all those planner pages, and Melanie was in here talking about doing the same thing. I said, well, I know Kat's doing it. Melanie says she's planning on doing it too. A ton of people on Etsy are doing it. I told him, I said, I prefer to buy it printed already out, because the cost of buying expensive paper, the cost of the ink, the trouble of cutting it down to size, getting it in the right size, punching it. I'd rather pay some money and have them do it. So it's harder to find, but I found mostly what I was looking for so far, because I bought quite a few of them, you know, with a ton of things I can print out, but since it's not a normal size, I would have to try and cut it out to fit my planner, and the paper I use is too thin. Need a really thick paper. And so the person I'm ordering the stuff from, they use a really nice thick paper. It's really nice. So it's, you know, I was going to do my own too, but like I said, the same problem, printing it on the cheap paper, the ink, cutting it out, getting it to the right size, because I can do all that. I can create the stuff in Excel and whatnot, you know. And I'm like, and I did for a few things. I did my own. I thought, no, it's for this particular thing, I'd have to buy the expensive paper, and I'd have to, and the trying to get it the right size to fit the planner, because it's not a normal size planner. Of course not. That would be too easy. So, yeah, I don't do my own right now. I don't know if I ever will. If I can't find something I really want, and I guess I'll have to. Don't have to feel guilty about skipping days if you forget, because you didn't set them up so you don't have a bunch of unused pages in the middle of the journal. Oh, yeah. Well, that was one thing that I worried about, was, you know, skipping, because I used to have to journal for my therapist, and it was like, I don't feel like, and I had to send it to her. It's like she wanted to read it, you know. I was journaling for her. It was not journaling for me. I was journaling for her. And it kind of annoyed me that I was journaling for her. And I would end up skipping over days and stuff. But I was doing it on the computer. I wasn't doing it in a book, which is a little bit different. I mean, I see some of the pages like you do and other people do that are really fancy and everything, and they look so nice. And I just type on a Word document. It's like, here, this is what I felt. Are you happy? Well, that was the thing, you know, like with the bullet journals, because you don't have. No, I can't take that back. This one that I bought is numbered, so it's already numbered. So, you know, like the page numbers are here, so that does make a difference. So the pages I bought for the planner that have the dots on it so I can make a bullet journal out of. I don't believe she numbered them. She should be able to just, use them. And like you say, if you skip a day, it doesn't matter. You would just continue on whenever day you start again. But with this, the way it's set up and numbered, it makes it a little bit harder. And then having a table of contents, and I don't know. There's so many different things out there. It isn't funny. And I've never been on Twitch. I have no idea what Twitch is about. I know that's where cats go into Twitch. And I know a lot of people are switching to Twitch. So eventually I may have to find out about Twitch. But for the time being, I'm still on StreamYard. But I hate learning new things and figuring things out. And I don't know how Twitch... I don't even know what Twitch looks like, let alone how it works. But I know that a lot of people are switching to... Because I wondered why there weren't too many... streams listed, and then I realized, I guess when Devin was doing those listings, I guess he was getting all the ones from Twitch and from StreamYard, and I don't know if they show up on YouTube too or not. I'm not, because I don't know enough about it. And because I know Kate Kavanaugh switched to Twitch, and I always went to Kate's, and it was like, she's on Twitch now. So that's probably why I never see her things, because I'm not on. I'm definitely not on Twitch. So I may have to break down one of these days and see what's going on, and may have to make a move over to Twitch. That's where everybody's going. So you've got a birthday, you said, coming up. I do remember hearing that part. You said you were going to have a 3-hour. Which day was that one? Monday? I know one of them was supposed to be extended to 3 hours. This Monday, right? So you're starting at, I remember seeing that part. It starts at what time? 8? Or you going 9 to 12? So I'm going to try to remember to be there. I could put it in my calendar. I might remember that. The 11th from, do I'm late. 11 from 9 to 12. Ooh. I won't guarantee I'll remember, because I wrote something down the other day and I wanted to go to, and I still managed to forget it. Okay. All right. I penciled you into my calendar. And I'm going to try to be there. And I'm so glad for you. because that's pretty exciting. I don't know if my internet's going in or out. Sometimes it flashes. Excuse me. Yeah, okay, Monday. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I wrote it in the calendar, excuse me, which is a help. I can't guarantee it because I have missed things on the calendar before. Having a calendar is not an absolute for me. Yeah, I can understand. I think it's time for bed now too. You're welcome, and I'm glad you got your painting done. It's really great. And I will try to see you Monday night, hopefully. And then either way, congratulations. So good night.